Oh, the game capture's not working right. That's exciting. How's that? There we go. Welcome in. Hello, hello. Happy Friday. We're back in the No American Engines Kerbal game, because I was having fun with that on Wednesday. Always fun to do a little extra Kerbal during the week. I was just during the sort of... Hey, Starfighter. Welcome in, welcome in. One second. Let me get my notification running again. Okay, now I can hear when people chat. There we go. I was just looking at our available contracts and trying to remember where I left this. I know it was only 2 days ago, but... So we have a rocket currently being built for this downrange distance difficult, I think. What do I mean here when people chat? I have a separate Twitch chat app that makes a ding when I get chat messages, at least in theory. Although it doesn't always work. Always enabled. Anyway. It works most of the time. I'm not sure why sometimes it doesn't ding. It might have something to do with when it thinks it's focused versus in the background. I don't know. It's not a fantastic tool, but at least it helps some of the time with me not missing chat messages, and that's the goal. Alright, regardless. Downrange distance, LV. I'm pretty sure we designed this to be able to do the current difficult version. I might have to refly a sim on that, because I didn't take the contract. We've already disassembled our altitude sounding rocket launch complex, so like we can't do anything with these contracts anymore. And I think I was saying I wanted to disassemble launch complex 2. No, we will have one more flight after this one that we want to do. We're still waiting for this early science to be complete. We are currently losing a ton of money though. Oh, even if we turn that off, we're losing money. What are we spending all of our money on? Research and integration teams, huh? Alright. Yeah, so that downrange rocket will be done at approximately the end of 1953, it looks like. And then I think we basically just want to start dumping all of our money into getting Launch Complex. Yeah, I think then we skip ahead to the early science node after we fly that. And then we can do advanced bio, and we can probably fly a few of those on our current V2 derived. What engine are we using even? Is this the RD-101? Still? I don't think we've got the RD-102 yet. Let me find downrange 1A. Yeah, RD-101. We get the 103, well, and the 102, but I think we basically would always want to use the 103. At basic rocketry, and the 103M at orbital rocketry. Oh, there's also a Chinese 5D60. Which is also basic rocketry. Where does that live? 250 ISP, 465 kilonewtons. So it's better than the 102. Comparable to the 103. A little bit less thrust, same ISP. Interesting. Okay. I probably won't ever use that. So anyway, we should be able to slap the advanced bio capsule on the top of this and just launch it vertically and get a bunch of the advanced bio contracts done as soon as we have the tech for that. So yeah, I think we fly this one downrange, and then we need to start flying those advanced bios basically back to back until Launch Complex 3 is done, which I turned off Launch Complex 3's construction entirely right now because we have no money. Looking at our budget, we're already negative 35 a day, and we only have 120. So... let's see. Yeah, you can't change integration speed or anything, so... that's just going to be our lives for a little bit, is, not having much money. Oh, see, it's positive again. There we go. That means that we can turn this up. If I hit rollout here, yeah, it goes negative again. But the rollout only takes a few days, so we're good there. Boom. Okay. So yeah, this is building basically as fast as it can, and it'll be ready 0321. Okay. And then early science at 0315. Yeah, we can still barely afford this construction, so we're not going to be hiring more researchers very much right now, which is annoying, but is just the way it's going to be. Alright, it's morning. Oh, I just accidentally warped 24 hours. Stop. Alright, it's the middle of the day. That's fine. Let's grab that right contract, and let's fly this thing. Another 95 reputation. Yeah, that'll put us at plenty to not have to keep our subsidy maximum for the short term, which is what we want. All right. SAS on. Pitch over a few degrees. And then just let it ride prograde. Okay, so we only have to hit 140 kilometers of altitude, which is not a problem for this rocket. Going 320... Oh, was that an engine performance loss? That was a performance loss. Okay. Let's see where we end up. I don't think this is going to be able to hit... Well, maybe. The problem is that I think this performance loss is lower fuel pumping speed, which means that we're going to start going into drastically overburning territory. So the engine's gonna fail. Although, wow, I'm impressed. We're getting lucky on this burn. Whoa. It actually burned out. Wow. I think we're gonna get this done. That's hilarious. I will take that. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, 800 kilometers downrange. Cool. And that gets us to, yeah, 540 rep. And I don't think we have a signal here. Yeah. Oof. We actually survived re-entry. That is not as good because I can't blow up the... Wait for this to crash into the ground, I guess. Okay. That was easy. Nice, easy reputation gain there. We can't decommission Launch Complex 2 yet because that is the one that we need for flying Advanced Bio. Or it's the one that I'm choosing to use for flying Advanced Bio. It's currently mid-December 53. We don't get early science until 54. But, like... yeah, March of 54, but I don't think there's a lot we can do about that, and we don't really have any other contracts to fly in the meantime. So I think we just skip ahead. Yay. And with that... Oh, wrong button. So one, we can fly another one of these distance LV ones. Oh, and I should have actually checked what the contract requirement was for the next difficult variant. I'm sure we can do it. We did like 200 and something altitude by 800 downrange. Downrange LV. Yeah, only 400 kilometers downrange. We can do that. No problem. Okay. So we'll fly another one of those. But we also want to fly... So we'll just launch that as is. And then let's go ahead and grab photo. Because I think... I didn't do a bio, did I? No. Okay, I didn't start to design this yet. I don't actually like this one either, but let's take this part off. We're gonna take this part off, and we're gonna take all of this off. Advanced bio. $750? Do we like $750 attached to that? I'm okay with $750 there. And we're also going to want a parachute of some sort. Okay, there's no, like, good size. We do this, and then we make this a cone. Oh, and we have another experiment we can be running too. Let's get mass spectrometer on there. Half an hour runtime. I'd like that to be a little bit longer. I think half an hour is more than enough for an actual mission, but I'm always a little paranoid about my batteries. Oh, especially if we're not taking into account... Where's communication? Active transmission time, 100%. Antenna planning. There we go. Distance max, let's do like 300 kilometers. To there. I'm okay if at 300 we just barely have signal, so 10 dBm. And that runs for how long with 150? Only 32 minutes. Yeah, okay. Oh no, that's with 100, so we'll do 200. And that should run for like an hour now? Yeah, perfect. And then I can get payload here. Do the truss fairing because I like it best. I think that looks all right. Unless we do want to go for the Soyuz style. There we go. All right, so staging, engine, that, and then I think everything else blows all at once. Right? It's like deploy payload, arm parachute, just do it all. The question now is, do I want to tool these at a larger length? Because we can do that, right? We can tool these at like 2 meters or something. And then I'll have these, you know, this is a 1.25 diameter, so I'm going to be using this diameter a lot. And just have a little more space in here for payloads. Or do I just tool the bare minimum for now? Maybe I just tool the bare minimum for now. All right, let's get the parachute configured. Material silk. 0 spares. Touchdown speed of 10 using 2 chutes. Here, 10 using 2 chutes. Silk. This is Bio 2. Let's double check the requirements for that contract, but I think an up and down is fine. I don't think I have to try to steer the thing. Minimum altitude of 140, surface velocity of 2.2 kilometers a second. Oh, sounding payload. Let's get that on there. Yeah, and we just have to make it to space. Okay, that is 200 units of sounding payload. Let's fly this thing and see how it looks. I think we're gonna hit 140 no problem. I don't think there's any issues with with what we're doing here. SAS on. Yeah, 4,000 meters a second of delta V straight up. Oh, the other thing I need to do is turn off the antenna on this part, because I think it has one. Oh, no, it doesn't, because I based this off the camera. The camera doesn't have an antenna on there. Never mind, we're good. If I had based this off of the downrange, then we would have had an antenna in this avionics. But that's disabled for the... Why was SAS off? Did I accidentally tap a key? I thought I had it turned on. I mean, there's no problem with us hitting our target AP, even going off course like that. I thought I had turned SAS on before I. Oh well. I could probably add some decoupler force to that payload adapter just to separate things a little more deliberately. That's sort of the opposite of the direction that I'd like you to be going in on your way down, but... I guess I could use the center of mass offset of the avionics to push the mass to the bottom if I wanted to, just so it comes in at the angle I want. Just making sure the parachute configuration is good and that we're going to land cleanly. And then I think we can call this this rocket ready to go. What? Why didn't the parachute arm? I thought I had the parachute in the same stage as everything else. No, I didn't. Well, that's why the parachute didn't arm. Okay. So that needed to be fixed. And then in here, I wanted to see if I can set a ejection force. Sure, force percent 100. Why not? What could go wrong? And parachute in there again, please. Oh, and let's just double check we don't have an antenna here. Communication disabled. Good. And on this one... let's give this a little more oomph. Yeah, 20 dB. Because we actually go pretty far, so I want to have that extra range, that 1,000-kilometer range, just in case. And 1,000-kilometer range on the antenna still gives us a 1-hour runtime. Excellent. All of our science, good. No, active transmission time 100%. Yeah, we went from 1 hour, 5 minutes to 1 hour, 3 minutes. Not a problem. Oop, and the parachute got out of order again. Alright, what do we have to tool here? We have the thin tank where the sounding payload is. We have our avionics up here. That's a totally custom design. And we have the fairings. Okay. Still an expensive rocket, even when it's fully tooled. But we can purchase all that tooling. Let's rerun the sim one more time. Just to make sure that I got the staging right. I think we did. And then we can, well, we have to skip ahead and earn a little bit more money, and then we can get this thing queued up. The other thing we'll be able to get queued up soon as well is our 3 megameter downrange stacked rocket. Oh! This weighs more than 18 tons. Oh, that's our problem. I didn't realize... What's so heavy? Oh, it's probably the sounding payload, huh? That's... I don't know how much that actually weighs, but it's a lot. No, 133 kilograms. What is so heavy on this thing? Is it the biological capsule itself that's super heavy that I didn't realize? 0.05 tons. .0001 tons. Oh no, but these are... Their mass is computed based off of, like... How much do we weigh now? 232.088. Okay, so all of the fairing stuff is only like 150. $18.75. Oh, this was sized for 18.75 or something, huh? What is this sized for? No, it's sized for 18. Okay. Let me check that downrange. What's this way? 18.8. And it's using... Oh, look at that. I have a 20-ton version of this that I'm just not using. Was Photo 1C overweight as well? 18.85. With the avionics, that's only configured for 18. Yeah, lol. Fix that. Especially since that avionics is already tooled. And then we need to fix that in the bio as well. Okay. At least it's an easy fix. Like, how are we so far over? Yeah, there we go. Avionics prototypes. 20 tons, and that's already a tooled unit that I have. Yep. 20 tons by that. Cool. Okay. That should fix that problem. Let's shift the whole rocket up a little bit. Save. All right, let's try one more sim. Let's make sure that we have control the whole time, and let's make sure that we have that we deploy the parachutes correctly and that we land. And if all that works, then this thing is good to go. This is just straight up and down. I could be lobbing it down range, but I don't think it matters. Cool. It's a maximum speed of almost 3 kilometers a second. Yeah, and it hits 140, still at 2,700. That's fine. And then I think at this point, it would be safe in the contract. I don't have the contract taken, but I think it would be safe to deploy. Then we go up and down. Hopefully we have good... I sized the parachutes right, and if the parachutes are sized right, then what do we do here? Oh, altitude record. Cool. There we go. That's what we wanted to see. We're coming in at, yeah, 9.5, which is just fine. Bonk. Cool. All right, so this thing is good to go. And we're also good to go, I think, with the 3 megameter rocket as well. Got that down here somewhere, Trebuchet 1. Which... yeah, is flying that same avionics probe. And then up here, we have a spin-stabilized second stage. All the lessons learned from our other RP1 playthrough for getting this to spin-stabilize cleanly have been applied here. The only thing I'm unsure about... here, let's start hiding USA engines here. That's what Janitor's Closet is for. Oh, that was painful. Atlas, my beloved. All right. Oh, the RD-200 is ground lit. Okay, so we can't really take advantage of that. And it's a much smaller engine here than the... Like, I don't think we would want to use this as our first stage. 85-second burn time. 100 kilonewtons, 234 ISP. Versus 85-second burn time, 400 kilonewtons, 237 ISP. Yeah. I'm sure this has a use for certain sounding rocket missions, or maybe for other suborbital things, but I don't think it has a use in our current playthrough. The other option, we have the Veronique, which... 45 seconds at 50 kilonewtons versus 60 seconds at 23 kilonewtons. Okay. But again, what's the ISP? It's an upper stage. The ISP matters more. 250. $241. Okay. So Veronique could be a worthwhile attempt for an upper stage. There's also the Gamma. Yeah, 225. First stage of the Black Knight. Enter. Alright. Yeah, I think we're gonna stick with the, whatever we're up to, 1,800, 12,000, whatever it is, U-2000, as our upper stage. Until and unless we unlock something significantly better. But this will work fine for our 3 megameter downrange. We won't quite hit 5 megameter downrange with this. We might hit 5 megameter downrange with the RD-103. We'll have to test that. And of course... What are you? We have the RD-211, the RD-107 and 108, of course, are the Soyuz engines. I wonder if I could do something with the RD-200 with, like, clustered tanks. Or just multiple engines on one tank. It's also an option, right? That's the joy of playing with the Soviet engines, is we get to be a little more Kerbal. But yeah, RD-211. Thrust is 640 kilonewtons. ISP of 260. Okay. So this is like a real engine. 56 to 57 orbital rocketry, though, so we don't get this for a while. Developed for the R-12 IRBM. If we compare... Wait, it was later used for what? Cosmos 2 launch vehicle. Okay. And, like, if we compare that to the RD-107, which is the booster engine of the R-7, that's, okay, 818, or 1,000 kilonewtons vacuum, 213 vacuum ISP. So, like, yeah, the R-7... is a ridiculously overbuilt rocket. We all knew that. But just comparing the RD-211, yeah. And this is the booster engine. I guess the more fair comparison might be the RD-108, which is the sustainer for the R-7. Yeah, I mean, slightly less thrust, slightly more ISP. There's actually not that much difference between the 107 and the 108, at least in their original base configurations. Obviously, the 108 has the much longer rated burn time. RD-211, interestingly enough, we have no data transfer from anything we've flown to the 211. I'm going to assume that's also true for the 200. No, 200 has a little bit. Okay. So yeah, the 211 might be useful for a smaller rocket rather than trying to launch everything on like an R7. And the blurb here says, used for the Cosmos 2 launch vehicle. I'm not familiar with Cosmos 2. Again, I know much less about Soviet rockets than I do about US rockets. And I specifically want to try to avoid looking things up because I do, like I was saying Wednesday when we started this, I really want to use this as an excuse to actually do more rocket design rather than just basing things entirely off of historical whatever. So I'm trying not to look things up, and we're just going to have fun, and we're actually going to play Kerbal Space Program. Okay, what I want to do here is I want to sim this, and I want to make sure that I have, like, flight profile I'm happy with that'll get us 3 megameters. Because I want to make sure that I can fly this thing consistently. So let's give this one more sim. We're pitching way over to like 10 degrees here. And then I'm going to get us up to like 200, 250 before I switch to follow prograde. $260. All right, so that was pitch over to 10 degrees right at launch, and then click follow prograde at 260. Let's see where this thing ends up and where the first stage burns out. If we're way over lofted, then the second stage is going to go just like straight up and we're going to be sad. We're looking okay here though. Pitching over slowly. And again, these early rockets, you know, these are multi-stage rockets that aren't even getting to space. So like we're going to be pitched over pretty heavily even early in the atmosphere, and we're just going to have to accept kind of that performance loss. Yeah, we might be a little overlofted here. And go... but we'll see where we end up. Like, if this finishes the contract, then I don't care if we're overlofted, right? But if it doesn't finish the contract, then we'll, I mean, 10 degrees is nice and easy to do sort of by eye on the nav ball. So, pitch over to 10 degrees and then, play with sort of what our velocity is when we switch over to tracking prograde. Because the slower we're going when we start tracking prograde for the gravity turn, the more aggressive the gravity turn pitchover will be. But we can look at this, and we can see how high we're going. Might be a little too high to hit 3 megameters consistently. Does the ullage simulation also account for fuel being flung to the walls due to spin? Fortunately for us, no. Or maybe it does, actually. I'm not sure. Certainly, it doesn't ever seem to be a problem using spin-stabilized stages, so... Oh, yeah, 3 megameters, but just barely. Okay. Let's try that again, and let's see if we can get a little bit more of an aggressive pitch over. Maybe we're not spinning hard enough. We're spinning hard enough. You don't actually have to be spinning that fast to be spin stabilized, as it turns out. Sorry, I had my finger hovering over T to turn off SAS, and that's not what I needed to be doing, and I confused myself with what I was trying to do. Let's revert this one more time. Alright, so over 10 degrees right away. Good. And then around, oh, I don't know... 175. Let's try it here. This is probably too slow. 200 was probably the better choice. But we'll see where this ends up. We want to be lobbing the second stage, like, right around 45 degrees. So, we want first stage burnout around 45 degrees pitch over. Yeah, this is going to be under lofted. So 270 was overlofted, 170 was overlofted. Scratch that, reverse it. No, maybe not. Actually, you know, we'll see where this ends up. We'll see where this ends up. This is probably going to be under, and we might not get the distance that we need, just because we're spending too much time in the soup. But... we're only a little bit under 45, and I think at this sort of range it's better to be a little under than a little over. So... yeah, let's keep an eye on where we're going now. That is a much, much shallower profile, which I like to see. We might be okay here. Oh, yeah, that should be plenty. Wow, look at that. Yeah, 4 megameters. No problem. All right, I knew that this rocket was more than what we needed for this launch. I just had to figure out how to fly it. All right, so that's pitch over to 10 degrees. I should take notes. So, for 3 megameter downrange flight, initial 10 degree pitch over, switch to gravity turn at 175-ish. Cool. So we'll be able to fly this just fine once we have Launch Complex 3 built and ready to go. But we don't have that launch complex yet. So we need to fast forward a little bit because we need the money for our advanced bio rocket. And I think we can probably slow down LC3 construction because we need to be saving up a little bit. Yeah. $700. I think we need like 1,300, and it is ad break o'clock. So I'm going to go ahead and let the ad run, and when we come back, we'll have a couple of flights that we can do. Nope, not Bio 1, Bio 2. Yeah, 1296. We've simmed this. Add it to the queue. Unlock 3 parts. Oh, did Launch Complex 3 actually finish construction? Ooh, it did. Excellent. And that should mean that we have, like, money again. We do. Four more of them. Okay. So what I'm thinking about is whether or not we're going to want to fly the rest of the advanced bio contracts. I don't think we need to. I think between downrange difficult here which maybe we should actually put after advanced bio because yeah, 27 days. How long? What's the ETA on this thing? 27 days, actually. It'll be kind of just perfect. Okay, that's fine. And then, yeah, so we'll fly that. We'll fly Bio 2. And then we'll move all of those engineers over to LC3 and just shut down Launch Complex 2, I think. So we can hire 4 more engineers here, but we can do that after we reach 150 researchers. Question is, how much does the trebuchet cost? 1,000. Okay, that's not bad. So let's warp. All right, and welcome back from the ads. I'm just figuring out how I want to manage my launch complexes and what our priorities are there. Trebuchet goes on to Launch Complex 3, which is set up to handle it already. Unlock the spin motor. Okay, so that's queued up. The other thing we can do is we can hire... I want to plan to transfer all of the engineers from LC2 to LC3. So, like, yes, this says right now it's going to take, like, a year and a half, almost 2 years to do this rocket. But in a couple of months, we're going to be transferring a bunch of engineers over to that launch complex. So that'll be fine. We can hire 4 more, because we have 95 that we're going to transfer from LC2, so we could get this up to 14. So I think that's what we're going to do, is we're going to skip ahead to when we have about 1,200, and we'll hire 4 engineers. There we go. And we have 112 total. So those, yeah, the other 95 will be transferred in. Once we're done with these 2 contracts up here. So let's get this downrange one done first. This should be an easy contract to grab. And then we could plan to fly more of the advanced bio missions. Like, I think there's 2 optional ones. Or maybe there's just 1. Maybe it's just 1, and maybe I should just do it. But regardless, that will, I think it makes more sense to just be done with the program as soon as we hit Advanced Bio and go ahead and grab Early Satellites Heavy. I think that's the better thing to do, rather than fly 1 extra contract, because, like, we just don't get that much money from this. And we get a lot more from this right away. And I think we will take this at breakneck, planning to do it in just under 4 years. Because just under 4 years is... I mean, by the time we actually fly Bio 2, that will be mid-54. So breakneck puts us on pace for, like, late 1957, early 1958. And that is exactly what we want. If we're behind that, then we've kind of failed anyway, right? Because we're missing the we're missing Sputnik, and that's just sad. So obviously we need to speed up our research because we probably need 56 to 57 orbital rocketry by mid 57 if we want to fly a Sputnik on time. But that's okay. All right, let's fly. This is a downrange. Oh, did I actually take the contract, or am I an idiot? I almost certainly did not actually take the contract. I didn't. Downrange, difficult, yeah. Except... what do we need? 400 kilometers downrange. The last time we flew one of these, it made it to like 600 kilometers, so I'm not overly concerned. The question is, do I remember that flight profile? Do I remember what I did that got us to 600 kilometers? 10 degrees, get ourselves going reasonably fast, and then just switch to a gravity turn. And if it seems like we're under lofting ourselves, we can always switch back to stability assist instead of prograde, right? And it'll be fine. I do think we're going down a little fast, so let's do stability assist. Let's try to hold that prograde up a little bit. Burnout. The 380 AP. As long as it looks longer than it is high, we should hit that 410. And that does look way longer than it is high. So I think we are good on this contract. Oh yeah, no problem. That got to 900. This rocket is way overbuilt. I should have been flying a lot more of those advanced. I mean, I kind of flew them as often as I could, realistically. Unless I wanted to have a second V2 launch complex, just flying these things constantly. But it's good. It's extra reputation. It's keeping our subsidy maxed. And that is what matters as far as that part is concerned. Do we have signal here? Can I blow this up? I do not. Beautiful re-entry, which I kind of didn't want. I would have preferred it burned up, because now we have to wait for this to time warp through this thing crashing again. But yeah, we're looking good on our subsidy. We have like 100 extra reputation, which will last us like a year, although the subsidy cap slowly increases, so we're not quite, probably not quite a year, but pretty close to being able to not fly anything for a year. And we still have one more contract that we actually are flying, so that'll definitely push us to having like a year. And ooh, that was a big skip. All right. All right, here we go. July 54. Let's skip to morning. 19th July 54. We can grab first advanced bio, accept. And we can launch this thing, and I think we should have no trouble completing this contract. And then we can wrap up that program and grab orbit. And the orbit program will give us a huge infusion of cash, which is what we're going to need to build. If we're going to do orbit difficult and we're going to do like an R7 style launcher, then we're going to need all that money to build like our launch facilities, to tool an R7, which is going to be an expensive build. And all of that. All right, SAS on. This thing just has to fly straight up. Yeah, altitude above 140, surface speed greater than 2200. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. 3, 2, 1. And I'm curious if this would be able to succeed at the, the next one that wants 2,800. Above 140 kilometers, though. Both of those have to be true, I think, at the same time. And I think in Sim, by the time we hit 140 kilometers, this was down to like 2,700 or something like that. So I don't think this one can hit that. I think we would need like an upgrade, and if we need an upgrade, I'm not going to bother. Yeah, we burn out at about 80 kilometers. Yeah. 140, we're down to like 2,760. So this can't achieve the second stage of the contract. Which is fine, to be clear. We just don't have to fly that one. We don't need it. It's optional. We have other stuff that we want to be doing with our time and money. Okay. Did that actually finish the contract? I wasn't paying attention. I hope so. A little bit of science. Contract complete. Altitude record. Yeah, advanced biological. And the program is done. Okay. So immediately, we can just grab this, say this program is done. And we're going to grab early satellites, heavy at breakneck. Yeah, deadline if accepted now, 18th of April, 1958. So we only have to do... Yeah, first, I think we could do first artificial and first scientific together. If we're careful. And then first biological and first polar. We can look into. Biological needs to be able to return. Polar doesn't. So that's but like getting nearly 280,000 a year is huge. And finish reconditioning that launch pad at Launch Complex 2, and then we can just completely dismantle that LC. And reassign all of those staff to LC3. Okay. So initially, yeah, all of our funding basically is going to go to hiring researchers. We probably want to change this from 150 up to like 200 or something. I'm not sure. But we're pretty shortly going to want to be figuring out if we want to use... So if we want to use an R7, right, we need to get enough... It would be nice to have early avionics. And oh, I do have the... okay. Oh, we also need satellite-era science to be able to do... Okay, so we need a little more... Shoot. Maybe I should not have dismantled LC2. Because I think we're going to need a little more science. I'm not really sure what the best way to get it is, given our biome issues where we are. But... yeah, first scientific needs to include... yeah, the cosmic ray experiment, which I think is in satellite era science, right? Is that the Geiger-Müller counter? Is cosmic ray science? Yeah, cosmic ray science. So... we need this tech. Let's grab it now. And it would also be good to get early avionics and probes, just because it's better... again, better avionics tech, but I think we can do without it. Think. Because, yeah, right now, we don't really have any... how do I see my... that's not what I want. I might have to see it from inside the VAB. Minimum of LC3 is... oh, only it's 18 tons. Okay, okay. So I think we could still fly... if we wanted to, like, put a camera on an uprated... we check planetary photography. Yeah, we're done Spaceload Desert, of course. Just because of where we're flying from. But if we wanted to put a camera on an uprated... what did I just click on? I clicked on the wrong thing. If we wanted to switch to like the RD-103 on our camera rocket and fly that, we could do that, I think, and get a little bit of extra science. What else do we have at this era? Just the mass spectrometer. Okay. We should put that on all of our rockets, but the trebuchet is already being built, so that's not going to happen with that one. And then early materials science, does this get us... no, this gets us the aluminum stringer tanks, aluminum fairings, which are lighter. And also, with basic rocketry, we get... yeah, the RD-102 and RD-103. All right. But we need, like, satellite era. Yeah, this is where we actually get isogrid. This is where we get... yeah, the modular booster tank, isogrid. So this is what we need for doing a proper R7, right? Is all of this stuff, and also 56 to 57 orbital rocketry for the engines. And then 58 orbital rocketry. Yeah, it gets us the RDO 105. All right. So yeah, I think we might be able to get away without any more science for an R7 first scientific satellite, but boy, it's going to be snug. So I think we probably do want the better avionics, just because we'll have improvements there. We can actually, I mean, we could start designing that now, just to see where we're at, and to get the launch complex started in its construction. So maybe we should do that. New. Drop the Sputnik core. Do I look up the because the R7 does the funky splaying out to a wider diameter, right? Do I cheat and look that up so that we actually get it right? I feel like I should cheat and look that up. Let's see, 10 meters in diameter, but that's like the boosters attached and all that. That's not the, actual diameter of the stages. Yeah, each one is 3 meters. And then it spreads out to what? Oh, maybe it is just 2.7 meters at the for the boosters, and then yeah, come on, this should be way easier to find. Okay, so yeah, the bottom ones are 2.68 meters, which is very close to the 2.66 that we already have tooled, so I think I will stick with that for the boosters. And they go up to 2.99 meters, if that is to be believed. Let's play with that and let's see if that looks right. So if we grab a procedural ISO grid tank, this one. Select mount. No. Let's actually not do that. Let's use this tank and another one. Because you're going to go from 3 meters to 1.667 meters. Nope, that's not what I meant to do. Try that again, Brennan. 3 meters to 1.67 meters. This section is just a flat 3 meters wide. And then here in the middle, we will have that 1. And then we will have coupling of some sort. Bigger than those ones. Yeah, those ones should work. We're gonna have 4 of those with the boosters attached to them. Okay. So then, it's a matter of resizing all of these tanks so that they are... Select mount. RD107. And I guess for the other one, I really should do this tank, because I can set the mount to the RD108 mount. And then if I put, let's see, where's our RD108 at the bottom of that? That doesn't look like it's quite the right diameter, does it? Oh, because it's 2 2/3, not the 1 2/3. I made this all just too narrow. I'm an idiot. Okay. So, 2 point. And that looks too big now. Not quite 2.5. 2.5 is close. I guess we could just scale it based on... What if we do 2? Yeah, 2 is too small. Although not by much. Maybe it is 2. Maybe 2 is the right size here. If we grab our... these things... we put in the RD108... no, RD107, sorry, on these ones. Those also, of course, need to be bigger. I mean, besides not having the engines actually lined up right. Because why? Oh, because the tanks are... Tanks weren't on grid. So that looks okay on the boosters with the 2.68 there, which is what the internet says. And then, what's the rated burn time on this? 2 minutes. Oh, we need clamps. Pull that off. Launch clamps. I like that there's a Korolev cross enabled or disabled. Okay, so that adjusts just the vertical scale, and I can adjust the mount vertical scale, but I can't adjust the... Oh, I see. It's different core lengths here. I think booster 3 is what we want. What was the rated burn time? Exactly 2 minutes. And that's 159.4. Okay. So we'll use booster 3. That's fine. And then... this guy's rated burn time is 4 minutes 40 seconds. Okay. And that's got to be figured out across, like, that part. And this part. So let's see. Fill U for the RD108. And fill U for the RD108. How's that looking? Pretty close. I think we could make this one just a little bit longer, though. We grab these guys. Ooh. Oh, you know what? I think I overdid that. We want these lined up, like, right there. Yeah, that's still too long. 12 meters, maybe, is the right choice. Oh, do these have their own decouplers built in? They do, okay. So we don't even need these. We can just strap these right on. And then push the length of this up. Yeah, now we're getting somewhere. Okay. I think the issue, though, is that, what's our total burn time? Oh, no, it's only 3.5 minutes. We're fine. What's our desired burn time? 4.5 minutes? 4 minutes 40. Okay. So then we take this tank and we fill it. That's real close. Okay. So I must be pretty close to some of the actual R7 dimensions then. I mean, I know these tanks are right because I checked. But like the slope of this piece looks like the tanks nestle correctly. So like this has got to be about 6 meters tall in the real world. All right. And now all I have to do is make sure that my my payload, which is going to have the Geiger-Muller counter on it, of course, but that has to hit 1,000 kilograms. Which probably means that we can also put other like scientific stuff on it. Because yeah, this is light. I don't even necessarily want to use that core. Oops. Oh. There we go. That's our root part. I mean, do the Sputnik 3 core. I don't know what Sputnik 3 actually was. Let's find out. Soviet satellite, blah, blah, blah. Modified R7, blah, blah, blah. Scientific satellite. Yeah, okay. This is what we want then. I don't want any of those noses. Yeah, I don't think we need any of the nose or any of the mount. Normally, we would have this with just, like, science core, avionics prototypes. Let's do, like, 1,000 kilojoules. We can put huge amounts of battery on this if we want to push up its, like, total mass. But let's just start grabbing our science payloads. We'll grab the magnetometer boom. We will grab the micrometeorite detector. We will grab the Geiger-Muller counter. And we will grab the early television camera. And what does this whole thing mass to? About 0.094 tons. All right. Let's check our antenna planning to an altitude of like, I don't know, 500 kilometers to Baikonur. Plan. Yeah, we want full power. 24 dBm is fine, I guess. All right, so if we want to push this up to a 1,000 kilograms, up to a ton, I think we pretty much just have to do it with batteries. Yeah, just fill it with batteries. And for some reason its mass is still not... That can't be right. 1.12 tons. Why? Herbal engineer? There it goes. Alright, so that's 1.2 tons. The question now, if we grab payload... The base is 3 meters? 3 meters. What's our total delta V here? 8338. That doesn't bode well for actually getting to orbit, does it? Make sure that all of these are AL gridded, AL gridded, AL gridded, AL gridded. What if I do you as 2 to 3 long? No, that's not long enough. Okay. Oh, Soyuz? Oh, it has its own... Oh, it's built in. Okay. Yep, we just get rid of all of this. And it's not quite 3 meters, is it? It's something else. Although looking at it... These guys don't nestle in the way I want them to using this, which I think means that I've got the core stage sized wrong. Which isn't fantastic. Because, yeah, you could see that doesn't quite slope out right. Although it looks like it's pretty much the same slope no matter what I do with the diameter. Yeah, so those are the 2.68, and they look like they're fitting well. This is 2. If this is supposed to go out to 3 at its widest, and this is set at 3, and it is, then that means that I just have to spread this out until that top lines up. which is at 2.4. Okay. Now this whole thing is burning way too long. Yeah, because this is just a long Soyuz, right? I don't think there's options for a shorter Soyuz. So, like, I could pull this length in to get our burn time back down to, like, the 4 that we want. Yeah, but then we have no... Alright, I don't think I could use this Soyuz nose, is what I'm discovering here. Alright. That's fine. We're going to go back to this 12 by 2 then. And we're going to go back to... Oh, there's an R7 nose specifically that's different from the Soyuz nose. Ooh. And look at that. That's got a rated burn time that's like actually what we want it to be. Okay, so that's what I needed then. We're still... need to be like 2.4 to be the right thing there. And then we bring down our length again. Maybe the things that say that it's 3 meters at its widest are just lying to me. Maybe that is the problem, and this should really be 2 meters. No, because still, to get down to that 4 minutes... Soyuz short. Actually, you know what? 2.4 on this one. Yeah, that's too much. We do the R7 at 12 meters. Okay. And yeah, those slopes all line up. Like, that all looks great for how the boosters sit. Just this is no longer the right diameter. Probably 2.5 is right. Yeah, 2.5. Okay, this is claiming boosters are 1.25 meters. So if I do this at the 2.68, then that's way too big. I mean, this looks fine. All the angles line up. The burn time of these guys is right. If we throw all of the boosters in, yeah, 8,200 meters a second. right? Burn time on these guys. Oh no, these need to be longer. These need to be booster 3? Yeah, 2 minutes. Yeah, that looks better. We're still only looking at 8,300 meters a second, though. It is going to make a pretty cross. Oh, I should make sure I turn on the Korolev cross check. I don't know what this does. If this just, maybe this changes the decoupling position. I'm not really sure. But we want to make sure that that's checked. My question is, like, I just don't think we have enough delta V, right? Because low Earth orbit, yeah, is like 9,500. And we're sitting at our rated burn time for all of these things. I mean, we could push them a little bit longer, obviously, but... Yeah, booster 4 is going to be way too much, and also doesn't get us that much in terms of delta V. But this is also for first scientific satellite, right? And we don't, like, this rocket in this configuration did not fly this probe, right? This is a Sputnik 3, which would have had uprated stuff, I think. So, like, if we go into these... what version... Yeah. R7 8K71. This flew on an 8A91. Yeah, which is 1958 orbital rocketry. Oh, we also have... Do we have a better one that we just get immediately compared to... Lower ISP, lower thrust? No. AK-71 versus the AK-71 PS. Don't know what the difference is. But if we go up to 1958 orbital rocketry, rated burn time is 125 seconds. Booster 4 is really pushing it. But the sustainer, again, we go to the 8A91 variant. Burn time 330 seconds. Yeah. So that's 5 minutes and 30 seconds, which is, oh, actually what we've got. All right. And what's our delta V of this thing with these upgraded engines? Identical? Surely not. 1,000 kilonewtons, 312 ISP. It's actually, yeah, it's... Other than the slightly higher rated burn time, we're basically identical. It does get a higher tested burn time, so you can overburn it a little more safely. Maybe that's what we need to be doing. Because, yeah, with these engines configured... I mean, the other option, if we check... Choose tank type... We do get refined AL gridded. Is that... Ooh, when are those available, though? Because that'll push this over the edge, no question. Why aren't these guys burning? Oh, yeah, the uprated tanks... would almost certainly do what we need. Yeah. More than enough Delta B for orbit. But the question is, when do we get those? I think we can even stick to Booster 3 tanks. Yeah. When do we get the upgraded tanks? Because I think that's like early human spaceflight. No. Is it satellite era materials science? Isogrid. Aluminum copper alloy isogrid. Carbon composite. Yeah, what am I looking for? All right, welcome back from the ad. Just trying to figure out when we get... Yeah, I don't think it's... I think it's like here is where we get the better aluminum tanks. So we can't switch to those for a long time. So that cannot be the thing that we need to do to get the performance out of this. What's our rated burn time on our initial engine? 120. So we want, yeah, 125. I mean, we can go up to the 2-minute 18. It's not a huge delta V bump, is it? Well, maybe it is. Well, let's also fix this inner core, because this also can't be this. Basic AL gridded. Basic AL gridded. Go for the RD-108. Okay. Oh! That's 10,000. How did I... Yeah, that's fine. That's plenty. How did I have this showing 8,000 before? Did I have something screwed up with my staging? Because these are going to burn for... Yeah, 2 minutes plus another 2 minutes 40. So that's 4 minutes 40 seconds for the base, which is what it's rated for. 1.5 sea level thrust. Yeah, I have no idea why. Oh, I also figured out what I was confused about this. It's 3 meters at its absolute widest, which is here, and then it actually does narrow towards the top. I just sort of finally understood. Okay, anyway, 2.4 seems to be the right diameter at the top. I mean, we can get kind of right in there and try to see it, but it's... It's pretty close at 2.4, I would say. And I think the boosters do want to be slightly higher. Let's see what an R7 looks like. Why do you keep showing me? You know, maybe they actually want to be slightly lower. More like there? How's that look on the bottom? Yeah, the boosters are a little... Yeah, I want to be trying to line up the engines, I think. Which makes me think that these are the wrong tank variant for this. I mean, if I go down to booster 2... Oh, then these are way low. Yeah, I think we want booster 3. But if I try to line it up with this center... I think it's fine. They are a little bit low, I think. Well, The engines are a little low compared to the engines in the center. I think they're supposed to be closer to flat, right? But the top looks good in this position. I think we're just gonna line it up so that the top looks good. Although, should it actually be on the 45 instead of on the, Oh yeah, because there's the booster, like, lock-ins. And they're sitting right there. Yeah. So that's right for the top. It's the bottom that's not quite long enough. I could switch this to... Soyuz short instead of the R7. And do a longer kind of main central tank, but I think when I did that, that tank ended up being way too long. Let's see if we just add another meter onto this thing. How does that look? A little too long now. Uh, 12.75. Let's try that. Oh, those are pretty close. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Yeah, let's do 12.75. We're overburning only by a few seconds, actually, so I think that's actually good. Alright. So this is a Sputnik 3, but it should be able to fly as our first rocket if all we want to do is just, like, blast through the tech tree to the point where we can build and fly this, then we could do that. That might not be the best thing to do, but we could do it. All right, let's get it colored because that's important. I've been going with, obviously, the olive paint as our main. Do we do the black paint? Olive and black? Do we do black on the bottom with olive on the top? Maybe we just do olive. Yeah, there we go. That is what we want. Then same down here, I think. Let's store pattern, load pattern. That is a Soyuz. I'm pretty happy with that. Engines, drop fairings, and then deploy payload. That's fine. Toggle these open. Let's make sure this has an ejection force percent set. Good. All right. Now the exciting thing about an R7 is that I'm going to have to learn how to fly this thing to orbit. And it is not going to be super fun. Because we don't have a real second stage. We have... Ooh, I didn't get my... Because we don't have a real second stage, we're gonna have to be really thinking about how we I mean, it should be fine, right? We just have to be thinking about our pitch program, and making sure that we will almost certainly end up like burning radial in towards the end, trying to push out our PE, but that's okay. All right, let's sim this thing and let's see. Oh, yeah, that's fine. It intentionally has... Oh, and I also didn't put an avionics ring on it, so maybe let's do that. Before I miss anything else. Avionics here. Diameter is 2.4. Right? Is that what I set this to? Oh no, 2.5. And what's our total mass? 270 tons. All right. So we will turn off the antenna. Figure avionics, 275 tons. Resize to fit. It can be a 500 millimeter. What's our runtime? No, it thinks it's perpetual. Doesn't matter. 500 is probably enough. Make sure that this, yeah, with the avionics, 268.56. All right. And we, again, we're intentionally throwing way too much battery on that probe because we need to get it up to that 1 ton threshold. Boy, those are loud engines. All right, so let's go over about 5 degrees. Yeah, maybe 10. And... yeah, let's lock prograde. And let's just see how this thing flies. For just kind of doing a gravity turn for the initial portion of it. Okay, so we could do a much more aggressive gravity turn, is something that I'm seeing right away. Boy, this is a loud rocket. we ready? Woohoo! There it is! Beautiful! Alright, and this thing needs to be pitching over a lot. Even radial in a little bit. So yeah, I'm gonna have to probably do a few sims before I learn how to fly this thing. I guess I could ask MacJeb to do it. MacJeb probably knows how to fly something like this. But we're way overlofted, so I don't think we have the Delta V to circularize up here. I mean, maybe. But it's gonna be tight. Yeah, no. Alright, let's revert to launch. And let's just ask MacJeb to put us in like a 250-kilometer orbit, and let's see if it can solve that. Where are you, MacJeb? Launch... What are you called? Smartass? No, that's stability. Ascent guidance. Here we go. Current inclination. Here we go. We don't want to use classic. We want to use PVG. Scent settings. Here we go. Do I remember how to do PVG? That's a question. Don't do early shutoff. Don't do... booster pitch start, more like 100 meters a second would probably be good. Stop auto staging at stage 2 or 1. I'm not sure. Says AP less than PE, circularizing orbit. Yeah, where do I set my AP and my PE? This is... coast. I don't remember how to do this, if you can't tell. Oh, there we go. Target PE, target AP. Target PE of like 200 by 200. At 40, whatever. Engage autopilot. All right, burning. It is slowly pitching over. We actually don't need to do that roll. Although I don't know if I can tell it not to do a roll. Oh yeah, I could probably turn off force roll here. But let's just see what orbit MacJeb gets us into here. Boy, that's loud. All right. Oh, but it shows what it thinks our ascent profile is going to be. That's cool. Yeah, burn one. Oh, and this says we have like 1,000 meters a second to spare, so we could even put this in a slightly higher orbit if we need to. Oh, because First Scientific has eccentricity requirements, doesn't it? All right, let's go back to the VAB, and let's check the eccentricity requirement for First Scientific, because that's going to be the thing that we need to hit. First Scientific. PE between 200,000 and 900,000, AP above 1,500. Okay. Let's see if we can achieve that. I think it's going to have a hard time. Our probe is about the right mass, so that's fine, such as it is. The question is just, if I set this to a target AP of 1,500, minimum inclination, we don't care about the burnout altitude. Let's set this to like 250. Gauge. So, yeah, MacJeb seems to be doing okay flying this. My only concern is how much spare Delta V we might or might not have. Oh, and 1,500 here, we probably needed to set this a little bit larger, just to make sure that we actually hit the requirements. set it to like a 250 by 1600 or something like that. But we can rerun this later and dial in like exactly the settings we need to make sure that we hit the we can dial in our target PE and AP, because it does look like we're gonna have... I mean, we're still getting gravity and drag losses here, but like... Alright, let's make sure this auto stages the boosters. Oh, I probably should have turned off the hot staging toggle, because it dropped them with a second of burn left to go. That's why they kind of pushed up into their mounts there before falling off. So I don't think we want to... I think we want to turn that off, and I think we want to turn off force roll. Alright. And it staged our... And we should probably make this a little bit bigger. It doesn't have to be bigger to hold all the instruments and stuff that we need, but it would look better on the rocket if it was a little bit bigger, and that's an important part of, like, all of this. Yeah, it looks like we got plenty of extra Delta V. We have, like, 590 seconds of... Sorry, 590 meters a second of Delta V. We're pushing up AP just fine. I could probably fast forward through this and MacJeb would do okay. Like, we're stable to within a fraction of a degree here. Yeah, it's doing okay. It's keeping up. Oh, it turned off my fast forward on me. Yeah, okay. So I do want to set that a little bit higher to make sure that we hit our, Oh, I need to change my Kerbal Engineer settings. HUD 1, edit. Add orbital eccentricity. There we go. .086 is what we hit. We do need a slightly higher target AP. Again, just to make sure that we actually hit the requirement. And then we need to double check what the minimum eccentricity is and how high we need to push our AP for that. But we can deploy this thing. And if we look at this, we should have... Yeah, like 100 days of battery, plenty of time for all of the science that we need to do, which, of course, isn't turned on for this thing. Once we turn on the science, it'll be actually not quite as... Yeah, 67 days of battery. Still, plenty of battery and lots of science to broadcast on this thing. And we could potentially push the batteries up even more if we desperately wanted to. I don't think we need to, though. All right. I'm happy with that. This thing is great. I mean, clearly the original one is supposed to have, like, stabilization thrusters and whatever else on it, and we're not doing that. I mean, we could look into it, building like a 1.5 ton, putting like a 1.5 ton avionics in here instead of all of this, and adding, or instead of the probe core, and adding some reaction thrusters, but I don't think it's necessary. It doesn't have to be stable. Cool. I am happy with that. Let's go back to the VAB. Okay, so this is Sputnik 3. We can fly a Sputnik if we desperately think we need to, but I don't think we need to. Do think we need to change the color of this ring, though. I think I need to add my flag decal to a couple of things. Oh. Yeah, that looks good. That looks really good, actually. I'm happy with how that looks. Okay, so if we want to build a launch complex for this, which we're going to call Launch Complex 1, with a maximum tonnage of... I mean, we'll start at 300. We'll probably have to upgrade it more in the future. This one is like 270, so 300 is a pretty... I mean, it's not a huge... It's 10% over, right? Height limit... I mean, we want to be able to put potentially a second stage on this, so I might push the height up more than this. We might want more like a 40-meter height limit. And then, yeah, this is going to take 247 days to build, and it's going to cost us a little over 100,000 funds over the course of those 250 days. So that's like $400 funds a day, which isn't bad, actually. So we need to build this, 250 days before we want to launch it. Well, no, 250 days plus integration time, which right now is here. Let's... Okay, well, this says 1,000 days, but Launch Complex 3 doesn't have that many engineers, so I'd have to figure out how many build points this actually is per second with the larger launch complex. 715 engineers is a huge number. Let's just, even if it's only like 5 times this, let's say like 0.3 build points a second. Okay, 235 days. So we need to build all of this like a year and a half before we want to launch this thing. So if we want to launch before October of 57, then we need to have this built. We need to start it by January of 56 at the latest. We probably actually could just start building the launch complex now. Just we're going to pay upkeep on it. That we could be... Yeah, I think we should just do the launch complex. I think we should just do it. It's going to be LC1. 300-ton max. Height limit of 40 meters. Do we human rate it? With the plan to... launch... Yeah, I mean, I think we do. I think we human rate this pad. And we're gonna start building it. Okay. That feels expensive, and it is. And we're gonna have to hire up 1,000 engineers, which is also gonna be really expensive. Yeah, so that will be done by May of 55, and like we can see how much research we need. So we need to push up our number of researchers that we're hiring. We need to hire way more than up to 150. We need to hire up to like 300 probably. And we'll keep like 1,500 funds in reserve. And we'll see where we're at on our like satellite era everything, because we do need satellite era science, right? We need to pull this to like October of 56 at the latest. And then as far as getting the 5 megameter contract, let's think about that. Early materials science does have a conventional tank upgrade, so that'll help. But we probably need to get to basic rocketry and the RD-103. And that will almost certainly push us to 5 megameters. Which right now is June of 55, which again is fine. In theory, again, we have all the science we need. We can absolutely fly some cameras or something if we need to, if we keep our current launch complex around. But yeah, if we check our funding, right, even with... Yeah, that's like hiring 1 researcher a day right now with our current balance. And that's with the construction of the launch complex happening. So I think we're okay funding-wise. And we kind of did expect that doing this way, we would hit this thing where we just need to do a bunch of research and build the launch complex, and it all needs to happen kind of using this funding that we just got, right? So I think this is okay. I think we're in a good place. Let's get the trebuchet done. Oh yeah, here we go. Satellite era science is already pulled up to 1957. We currently have 200 engineers, so we can pull that stuff up even further. We might want to push even more than 300 engineers then. Because if we're going to hit 300 engineers at the end of 54... Yeah. We want... Again, we want satellite era science to be done by, like, 56. The end of 56 at the latest. So we need to pull up our science by, currently we're looking at like a little over just under 3 years. So it would be good to have like 50%, oh, maybe pushing up to 300 researchers, we'll do it. We'll see where it's sitting. We might want to push it to like 350 or 400. But let's fly this 3 megameter contract. And if we check, yeah, we'll grab that. And then after this, we're going to have the 5 megameter contract that we're going to have to design a rocket for. We'll check at early materials science, but I think we're going to have to wait for basic rocketry for that. And then really the only open question is the one that I keep hemming and hawing about, which is like, do we want to try to fly some way of getting a little bit of, like, do we fly the mass spectrometer on something? Get ourselves a little bit of science, because it's only a 2-hour duration, right? So we can get a big chunk of this science from just lobbing something on top of like an RD whatever. And if we can get 7 more science, then we can push for early avionics and probes, which will just give us a little more slightly better payload fraction, basically. But I'm not too worried about it. Like, we've got everything that we need to hit. Oh, it's not available. Where is my early satellite heavy? Here we go. Oh, and yeah, we're going to have these 6,000 and 7,500 kilometer downrange as well, that we can do. But yeah, first scientific. Okay, this doesn't have a requirement for the eccentricity. It just cares about the AP and the PE. So that's easy enough for us to throw in. First artificial is easy. And we'll do these at the same time. And then we need to decide if we want to do first polar or first biological. Given our... I mean, we could launch probably another Sputnik, well, another Sputnik 3 with a little bit less battery into a 90-degree inclination, right? So we might be able to fly this very quickly after the first one. So that would be kind of cool to have the orbital done with just two launches. All right, so this thing, my notes say initial 10-degree pitch over, switch to gravity turn at 175 meters a second. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna pitch over to that 10-ish. All right. And hopefully we didn't mess that up. So this will be the 3 megameter contract, and then we will still have to get the 5 megameter contract. This one is dangerously close to that already. I think I hit like 4 when I was flying, so in the simulator. Yeah, and that's right. This looks like it's underlofting a little bit, and it probably is, but it still hits the contract. I remember this from the sim. Ten seconds on the first stage. And there we go. And if we take a look at that... Who are we nuking with this thing? I guess China? All right. That should be more than enough. Yep, there's our 3 megameters. Oh, and we got a bunch of speed records and stuff as well. Cool. That was easy. I like easy. All right, so let's get up to those 300 researchers, and then we will see if we want to be pushing that forward. So satellite era science here is end of 56. I'd like that to be a little bit sooner. Oh no, we're not quite there yet. We do not have the 300 researchers. Oh, we got materials science node. Okay. Let's warp to that then. There we go. Yeah, and that gives us like a year. How are we doing on plus 220 a day? My inclination is to hire more researchers. We got to remember that we're going to have to hire like 900 engineers too to staff up LC1. So we don't want to go too wild on the researchers, but yeah, let's set it to 350. I like that number better. And it is February of 55. All of our tech for this is going to be over by... Actually, we're fine where we are. We don't need to hire any more researchers. Okay, let's not hire any more researchers. So we need to expand that 3 megameter rocket to a 5 megameter rocket, which I think we do by changing this engine to the RD-103. And what's the burn time on that? 130 seconds. All right. It's a much longer rocket, but that's fine. It is looking a little silly, isn't it? And then I think... I mean, 7280 meters a second. This thing might even hit the 6,000 or 7,500 megameter targets, which would be fantastic. But my question is, if we want to plan around, like... having a little bit of research on this thing, just to get a bit of science. Just a bit. Just have the mass spectrometer on. And then this needs to have power for... It has duration of an hour. That's plenty. Okay. And while we're redoing this, do we have better avionics that we want to swap to? No. Probably same with this one. Correct. We're on the best. All right. So, the second one of these... I mean, this should have no problem getting itself to that 5 megameters. With 7,200 meters a second of delta V. That's dangerously close to orbit, is what that is. But let's test it. Let's see where we're at. And then, yeah. This should be able to also send back some science, depending on... I mean, if it has line of sight, right? I mean, antenna planning to 2,000 kilometers. Yeah. Let's just do 16 dBm, and we should still have the better part of an hour. Yeah. Engine, launch clamps, upper stage ullage, upper stage engine. All right, that all looks good. Let's sim this thing and see what we need to fly for a 5 or 6 or heck, the 7,500 if we can hit it. Oh, I didn't redo the avionics for how much bigger this rocket is. Ooh, and it's also, if it's 33 tons, I think the launch complex we built for this thing is only 25. Yes. So we're going to have to re-up this to like 40 tons. Okay, that's only like 40 days. Not enough. Ooh. Alright, that's fine. How long will this run? 7 minutes? Ooh. We'll find out. Let's sim it. If we have to make the avionics a little bit bigger to fit a little more battery, we can do that. Mass is 33. Avionics is configured for what? Yeah, 33. No, we're gonna have to make this a little bigger. Let's make this 600. And that way we can go up to like 35 and still have plenty of power. Okay. That will be the thing. I'm not gonna change this because I don't want to retool it. And we are going to have an ad break in just about a minute. Really? I love it when my stages get messed up when I shuffle parts around. All right, I think that's a much too aggressive initial pitch over. You can see how far our actual trajectory is versus the pitch of the rocket. So let's give this one a little more time going vertical before we kick it to the side. We're gonna go back to the VAB and I'm gonna fix this staging. And then we'll fly this after the ad because it is ad break o'clock. It's running now. So I'll see everyone in just a few minutes and we'll launch this thing then. And we are back from the ads. Thanks very much for sticking around, folks. I appreciate it. Let us launch this thing. All right, so I want to go a little more vertically until we have at least some velocity and pitch over a little less aggressively. Now let's see if we can get a better gravity turn trajectory. Yeah, this has a much lower TWR than some of the previous launches. So I think we do want that, like, more gradual pitch over. All right. And we'll let it kind of fall into the gravity turn here. Now let's see where this gets us. Maybe a little bit underlofted still, because we still have like 50 seconds on this burn and we're already to 45 degrees. Let's see where we end up. Because we're going to be higher when we deploy the upper stage, like, it's okay if it burns a little more horizontally, right? That should be the goal of these bigger rockets. But we might be a little too horizontal here. Let's see where this gets us, though. So before we hit like 3,000, 4,000, and we were somewhere over here in China. Because once we're in this spin stabilized mode, obviously we're not still pitching over with the gravity turn, because this is an unguided stage. That looks pretty good, though, doesn't it? That is very nearly 6 megameters on this thing. Cool. And you know what? I didn't even upgrade the tanks. This is still using the previous tankage. Should I upgrade the tanks is the real question. If upgrading the tanks can get, like, solidly get us the next couple of contracts on the way, the 6 megameter and the 7.5 megameter, then we definitely want to do the tank upgrade. So let's, yeah, AL stringers. Here, PAL stringer. Rated burn time, 2 minutes, 10 seconds. Yeah, okay, that's all the same. 7852. What was it before? I didn't actually check. Let's find Trebuchet 2. 7233. And with the new tanks. $78.52. Okay, that is a big improvement, actually. 8%, something like that. All right, that means we do have to refly the sim because this thing is gonna just have totally different gravity turn characteristics. Although, I'm going to fly it basically the same way, and we're going to see where we end up. Yeah, it does, because of the lighter tankage on the upper stage, its sort of natural pitch over due to the gravity turn is a little bit slower. So this is going to go higher, and I think we're going to be deploying the upper stage at a steeper angle, so we might want to be more aggressive with the gravity turn. We'll see where we land. But given how good of a job it did last time, especially the higher altitude the first stage burns out, the more pitched over I want it to be when we fire the second stage, right? Because we don't have to give ourselves more vertical velocity. We want to keep giving ourselves more horizontal velocity at that point. But obviously we need to balance that with how much time the first stage spends in the lower atmosphere. So yeah, this one is definitely going to be... It's going to hit a higher AP. But again, depending on... Yeah, we might want to try to be a little bit more aggressive. But we'll see where we land. I mean, if we hit the 7,500 with this, which I don't think we quite will, but... then I will just happily fly this profile because it worked. But if we don't quite hit that, then we'll want to so if we hit almost 6 kind of around here last time, right? We do have quite a bit more to go. Ooh, yeah, look at that. But you can see now how very overlofted this trajectory is, right? We could have been burning much more shallowly. 6, 7. Oh, 7,500, no problem though. Although I think the 6 or the 7,500 might also require more payload on them. So let's check that. Let's check what our requirements are there. We know that we can hit the 5 super easy, and that's what matters. But if 75 needs a payload, I think it does. Oh, even the 5 megameter needs payload. I'm glad I checked. Okay. But then if we're in early satellites... 1,000 units of sounding payload. 7,500 is also 1,000 units of sounding payload. Okay. Let's put 1,000 units of sounding payload on this thing, and let's see what it's... I mean, I don't think this can do it. Although, maybe we could do something with the... What are our options for engines? We don't really have anything else. We have the RD-103, and that's kind of it. RD-103M gives us an extra 10 seconds and a little bit more thrust. But if we grab tank, oh yeah, when you want 1,000 units of sounding payload, this gets stupid. So we do need to switch to like a more reasonable diameter for our rocket at this point, which is fine. We'll go to 1.25. Yeah. So that's our 1,000 units of sounding payload. Do that one. Yeah, that's like an hour. And then... what's the rated burn time on this thing? 60 seconds. But yeah, this is only like 6,000 meters a second of delta V. So this is where I'm like, do we go with the Scud engine for our upper stage? With with a rated burn time of 95 seconds. And it doesn't have to be high pressure anymore. Does it? Oh, it does need high pressure. Never mind. High pressure. Alright, so that's like 2,700 meters a second on its own. Yeah, and it is subject to ullage. We might need more powerful ullage motors. That's funny. It doesn't really get us that much more delta V, does it? Because this upper stage is just so much heavier. The lower stage can't really push us to where we need it to push us. If we go to the RD-103M, if we wait until... 2 minutes 14. What's the rate of burn time again? 2 minutes 20. Sure. Yeah, it's just not that much. Yeah, it turns out 1,000 units of sounding payload is a lot. And also, there's no way this flies on LC2, right? Or LC3, rather, which is what we really wanted it to fly on. So I think we skip the 6 and 7 megameter contracts. That's fine. We don't need them. They're both optional. But to fly the 5 megameter, we do need to put some sounding payload on this guy, which we can do. That's just the 50 units. What do you mean no LC available? Oh, because I was modifying. Yeah, that's fine. We're already modifying LC2 for this guy. Alright, let's sim this one more time now that Let's double check the contract, and then let's sim it one more time. Yeah, sounding payload of 50 units, downrange of 5 kilometers. Okay. So this will be the last one in that program. And again, I don't think we're going to do the 6 megameter or the 7.5 megameter. I mean, we could fly them with... We could maybe fly them if we get our R7 ready early. Because I think lobbing the R7 downrange would certainly certainly be able to, you know, strap 1,000 units of sounding payload to the top of it and just go. but I think anything else that we'd want to do with it. Alright. This should, if anything, be a slightly better trajectory because we have that extra sounding payload on the top pushing the center of mass forward. So we should get a slightly more aggressive gravity turn out of it. So I think we're still going to hit that 5 megameters absolutely no problem. I just want to see it happen. Alright, we just passed through max Q. Looking good. Right, let's see where this thing lands us. Again, I don't think we're going to have any problem hitting the 5 megameters. I just want to see it for myself. And then, yeah, mass spectrometry is running. We'll get a little bit of science out of this thing. Sort of every time it flies, which is hopefully just once. It's not a huge number of science points, but it'll help a little bit. Like I said, if we decide we really need more science before we're ready to fly our satellite, we can absolutely put a camera on this thing. Well, not this thing, the first stage. And lob that kind of wherever we want, and we should be able to get more more science out of it. And that looks fantastic. That nearly hit Australia. Three, 4, 5. Yeah, 6 with the 50. Okay, no problem. Still almost hit 7.5, but 7.5 with 1,000 units of payload is significantly more difficult, right? So that is good. And it broadcast 1 point of science. Oh boy. Okay, this thing will do what we needed to do. We just have to wait for the VAB to be updated. So that's fine. Or not for the VAB, for the launch complex. Oh, and this says LC3 is actually almost ready. All right, and then we can start hiring engineers for LC3. Oh, and we have unlocked Chief Designer. Right, that was with the Material Science node. Technology is really my... Command module research, 10% of integration to human-rated vehicles, -5 to... You know? It's not immediately useful, but... this gets us towards humans in space a lot faster, so that's an option. Hydrazine... 10% to research, but Hydrolox, which we don't care about. Ooh. 10% to integration speed using kerosene or HTP. And we're using Kerolox for everything right now. 5% to vessel integration. And -10% if you have solids, and we don't have solids. This guy is fantastic for us. And then we looked at Chief Scientist, and we hated all of them, so I think we're okay there. All right, so... Ooh, Time Warp stopped because there's insufficient funds. Wow. How did I do that? That's fine. Let's pull LC3 down. Yeah. And LC3 is still done first. That's fine. So let's go into engineers at LC. Yeah, LC3 now has a max of 160. But I don't want to hire any more engineers there. I don't think we have to. I mean, I guess we could. We may as well, actually. Hire them in at LC3, and then we'll just transfer them over to LC1 when the time is there. Let's see. Yeah. Tool all. Okay, we need a little bit more money before we can launch this. That is fine. Let's see here. I'm sorry, I have no idea how to even try to pronounce your name. That's too many consonants. But hi, first-time chatter. Welcome in. Good to see you. Let me, here. Warp to fund target. We are, just kind of in the, YOKV. Okay. So it's, it's all just read out as individual letters. That makes it easier. What was I doing? Oh, I was launching this rocket. That's what I was doing. All right, that's done. And the other thing I want to do is I'll set that up to hire more engineers. I am happy to try to answer if I can. Alright, that is the launch complex for the R7. We might not want to actually tool that yet. Maybe we do. So yeah, LC1... Well, this still won't. Okay, so this needs like 13,000 to build, even fully tooled. That is an expensive rocket. Can we afford? No. Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I know a lot of people do, like, oh, what's it called? Elite Dangerous in VR, but that's less of a, like, realistic rocket simulator. But yeah, I mean, I think part of it is, the UI gets complicated quickly, right? If you want to try to do something that uses... Yeah, oh, standalone on, like, a MetaQuest. Yeah. You know, I think those of us that enjoy these games tend to overestimate the market for them. Like, KSP is by far the most well-known and most popular, and it still did not make enough money for Take-Two, right? And yeah, publishers are awful, but I think it's really easy for us all to and doing the level of complexity that you want to have, like, a cockpit that's going to be good in VR and simulating all of that is complicated. I'm not saying it can't be done, but I think the market is, you know, for people that are into this and into VR and all of that, like, you're narrowing down the market every single time. And that doesn't mean that it wouldn't be a good idea. I'm cautiously optimistic about KSA after watching the alpha footage that's been released. Okay, so LC3 has 160 engineers. We're going to auto-hire at LC1 up to... $922, and we want to keep 12,000, 13,000 in reserve, because that's what we need to actually schedule the rocket. Okay. So I think, looking at all this, I want to make sure that I'm in the right place here. Yeah, LC3 is fully staffed. That's building this thing. That's fine. The next, what I'm calling LC1, because I'm starting my numbering over for orbital launch complexes, is going to get staffed up. According to this, that'll be done in March of 57. It'll actually be a little bit before that, because we won't be flying anything from the old suborbital LC3 anymore. So I think we're good. I think we're on track to be able to fly all of our things on time. Pre-alpha was sick, and then MacLeod rickrolled me. Yeah. I didn't watch his his thing, but I mean, a good Rickroll is always appreciated in my book. Haven't been motivated to play KSP. My computer sounds like a chainsaw right now. Yeah, that is also a thing. Fans are, it turns out, a wear item, and they do need to be replaced every once in a while. Bearings do not last forever. Okay. Yeah, let's get this thing flown, I think, is where we're at here. And then as soon as we fly this, we can actually, I think, disassemble this suborbital launch complex, throw the engineers of that into orbital LC1. And then as soon as we get up to our 13,000 funds that we need to fly... Last thing I did in KSP was recreate Artemis 1 to 3. Yeah. You can't, I don't think with KSP's, yeah, it didn't really do it according to the mission. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think with KSP's simplified orbits that you can actually do the transfer that they are doing, right, for Artemis. Because I think it relies on specifically the 3-body Earth-Moon ship system. Landed on Misnus because your HLS sucked. Yeah. That's, I mean, that's what Minmus is there for, right? Is so that you can feel accomplished with a weaker lander. Although Minmus is in some ways harder, right? Because you have to deal with the inclination and other aspects of it. Okay, that's the 5,000 kilometer contract. I think we're ready to fly this. I am truly awful at docking. I have never gotten very good at it. All right, making sure this looks good. Yes, we are all set. And repair failures. That's okay. That's only 18 hours. All right, well, we're doing a night launch now. Oh, and performance loss. My computer is shaking my desk. Should I be worried? That doesn't sound good. Yeah, this no longer even has the thrust to push itself up off the launch pad. We're slowing down. Yeah, this will not... We will not go to space today. Laptop that period... Yeah. Heavily modded KSP on laptops is always a bad time. I mean, if you're reasonably confident with mechanical things, cracking it open and getting a can of air and getting all the dust out cannot hurt. All right, we have to queue up another one of those rockets for that contract because we had a failure. Even after repairing the ignition failure, we failed into a low performance mode. I'm surprised. These things are, well, yeah, 89, 90%. Not the most reliable engine in the whole world. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. If you're not confident in it and you can't afford to break it, then don't do anything you're not comfortable doing. Okay, so we're going to try again. Where are we? We're in 1955-08. We're going to have all of our tech by 56-08. Do I have the... 1 second. I don't know how to check my... unlock credit, like what I actually have available. I'm sure it's somewhere, but... let's see if we have everything we need to unlock the... to do the tooling on our R7. Ooh. R.I.P. Val. Yeah, that's no good. Spending 95996 unlock credit. All right. Purchase all tooling. Oof. There's all of our unlock credits gone. And then, let's see. No, we actually don't want to launch this yet. Because I want to switch it from... Val was the first person to land on Duna for me, though, so that was exciting. Yeah! That's awesome. Alright, yeah, we need to still wait for the science experiments before we can fly this, so I can't actually queue it up. But it looks good. We have... I should send Val. I don't. Well, maybe I will have a Val. No, I don't. I send Val to Val. I think with the Russian names, I can get an astronaut named Valentina. But it's all randomized. All right, we're gonna try this again. Skip to the morning. Hopefully this time, we actually get off the launch pad. And then basically, as soon as we hit satellite era science, we can, yeah, there you go. Saying since 1950. Absolutely. Wow. Can I do a repair again? Yeah, we can try again with another repair. Engine dead again. Yeah, this RD-103 is, causing me problems. Alright. It is not the most reliable engine. That is correct. This is probably our last flight with a rocket that looks anything like this, and then we're pretty much ready to move on to flying things with our Soyuz, the R7 style. I've been slowly investing my money in getting everything set up to build that, so we'll see where we end up. But I think we're gonna hit. We should be able to fly a Sputnik 3 equivalent at least a few months before Sputnik 1 in the real world, so that will be excellent. Farthest to Joule, but didn't come back. Stuck in Eve orbit after going to Gilly. Yeah. I'm trying to remember. I've been playing mostly modded for so long, and mostly RSS. Like, what have I even achieved in the stock system? I couldn't necessarily say. Alrighty, there we go. How are we doing? I think we're looking pretty good. Our pitch is... yeah, we're fine. We're reasonably pitched over. Big spin. Yep, it is. Spin stabilized. Because this stage does not have control. Doesn't have SAS. So we're doing it the old-fashioned way with a spin. Yep. Yeah, the prograde markers, we actually have a pretty stable spin, right? The prograde marker is, you know, tracking really close to staying in the same place relative to the nav ball as we spin. So I'll take that, and that looks absolutely beautiful. Our downrange... 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 kilometers downrange. Perfect. Simple Planes 2. I'm not familiar with the first one. I have no idea what that is. All right, we're not maxed subsidy, which is too bad, because that's gone up to 722. But I don't know if I have anything that I can reasonably fly to push that up. So we might be just sitting there. I mean, I guess I could fly another one of these. It's another 100, Basically a game where you make planes and fly them. Oh. Closest thing we have to a KSP VR. Fair enough. All right, I think we finish this program now. I'm not going to take X-Plane research because I don't like doing planes in RP1. Second one will add multiplayer on release, unlike Redacted, yes. Okay, we can dismantle this launch complex. We don't need it anymore. We're done with suborbital. We can reassign all of those engineers to this one. Auto hire up to max with the 13,000 reserve funds. Do I play SFS and am I excited for SFS 2? I have not really played SFS, but I am cautiously optimistic about SFS 2 from what I have heard of it. Okay, what are we waiting for here? So I think we're just waiting for the... It will probably... I think you can try and I can approve it. I think it'll say you're blocked, but then I can approve it after it comes through. It'll pop up in my mod list for me to approve. All right, that's the materials science node. Orbital rocketry node. And satellite era science. So we should now be able to... We open Sputnik 3 here. Make sure that we have... Yeah. AL gridded, that's the best tank we have. 10,000 meters a second of delta V. Only thing I want to do is... all of the science that's on this, we're actually going to swap out for the ones that are built into the probe core. As much as that is not as much fun visually. Oh, it's not even letting you put it up in the chat thingy? Alright. Then yeah, I have no idea what I would need to do in my moderation settings to make that work. Sorry. Alright. I think we're... done? Like, I think this is it. Let's double check the mass of our probe here. 1.2, yep. Good enough. I think we're ready to queue this thing up. Insufficient funds to... Oh no, I don't have the unlock credit I need. That's not great. All right, let's start unlocking things kind of one at a time, I guess. Gotta be the booster tank. Yeah, it's probably the tanks that push me over the... Oh, I need like 35,000 more unlock credit. Okay, I understand now. How is my unlock credit going? How long is it going to take me to earn that 35,000 unlock credit is the question. Oh, and the ad is running. Oh, I have no research going, so my unlock credit just won't increase. Ooh. That's not great. Okay. So I need to actually save up and do this. The 35 plus 13. Okay. That stinks, but it is what it is. We're going to have to pay cash for unlocks because we're flat out of research. Warp to fund. Both October 1956. Okay. All right. What is our current estimated build target for this thing? Oh, 1957 January. Beautiful. Okay. Although it's costing us money right now. We might have to fire some researchers. All right, welcome back from the ad, folks. Thanks for sticking around. I just fired all of my researchers because we don't need them right now, and I want to be hiring people in to do the launch complex for the Sputnik. Think... Not researchers. Engineers... Auto hire up to like... Can we hire up to like 800? Or is it going to be mad about that? Okay, it thinks we can do that. So that'll just help us... Oh, that's only 100 days out, though. We're under 100 days to build one of these things initially. So I think we're in good shape. I think we're going to get it launched right away. And what we want to do is we want to fly... We're going to fly first scientific, which is 1,000 kilograms. These orbit requirements are easy. And then after that, we want to fly, if I find early satellites heavy. I think we could probably do first polar orbit if we just make the probe a little bit lighter, get it down to that 400 kilograms instead of 1,000 kilograms. And we will be able to just launch that into a polar orbit. Because we don't need the high eccentricity, we don't need a lot of things for that one. So I'm hoping that we can just queue up a second one, and it'll just work. But let's warp to this first orbital rocket. Complete. Grab the contracts for first satellite. And let's fly this thing. All right, I'm going to just fly this with MacJeb. MacJeb is what I did in the simulation. Getting an R7 into orbit by hand is kind of painful because you have a single sustainer stage without any like staging in between and no opportunity for a for like a coast phase. So only thing I need to change from the sim, we'll turn off force roll, we turn off hot staging, and I think we are good to go. Engage autopilot. And ignition. Looking good. Engines are happy. Engines are happy. Currently 30-kilometer altitude. Very aggressive pitch at 40 kilometers, but all right. I'm trusting you, MacJeb. There it is. I should have been at this camera angle. I'm sorry. We missed it. Oh look, there's the moon. Looking really good. This is looking really, really good. Alright, a little over a minute left on the burn. I can actually speed this up. At this point, MacJeb is pretty comfortable flying this thing. Oh! No way! Alright, well. Engine failure. Engine shut down. And we are not going to make it to orbit, unfortunately. Oh, turn off autopilot. MacJeb is still trying to fly it. Yep, unfortunately, that is going to be it for this thing. We did get a speed record. How does a rocket with these looks not make it to orbit? I know, right? I mean, it was our first flight with the RD-107 and RD-108 pair. But still, MTBF of these things is like nearly an hour. Our failure chance was miserably low. This is literally the game just punishing me for being 6 months early. So we're going to have to queue up another one. That's kind of all we can do. We should still hit all of our contract deadlines. I'm not worried about, like, game overing. But still, that stinks. Is 12,260 enough to launch another one? I might need just a touch more funding. I didn't actually... 12,148. All right, perfect. Queue it up. Fortunately, these only take like 3 months to build because I hired a huge number of engineers on this thing. So like, we have a couple more chances before we hit October of 57 and we're officially late. But our subsidy is also going down now because we're well below the cap. Getting these two will help a lot. That's like 200. Plus a bunch of applicants that'll help kickstart my research again. All right. Try this again. Exactly the same MacJeb launch profile. We'll see what happens. I will try to turn off the HUD and get the right angle so we can all see the Korolev cross this time, because we missed that. I'm a jerk and I didn't hide the HUD and point the camera the right way. Engage autopilot. There we go. This thing has a shockingly good TWR. Any second now. There you go. That's the thumbnail. Beautiful. I don't know what the setting is for dropping... for dropping the bearings. I don't see it. Deploy solar panels, deploy antennas. Yeah, I'm not sure. Alright, let's go back into Time Warp here. This is a long burn on this thing. It's actually not that long. Compared to some of the burns we've had in our other RP1 game, you know, a 5-minute burn all the way to orbit is not bad. All right. We just have to wait for stable orbit and then transmit a day's worth of science. Let's make sure all of our things are running. Yep. And how long does this last with everything running? 64 days with everything running. Okay. And, like, the reality is not everything is going to run for 64 days. So this should be able to complete magnetic scan, micrometeorite detector, mass spectrometry for sure, video imaging. So that'll get us, you know, 14, 21, plus video imaging in a few biomes. So it'll get us some science. We're definitely going to need more. And the way that we do that is probably going to be film cameras, return capsules in some capacity, right? All right, let's go to the map view. Can I focus Earth, please? There we go. And let's get to T+1 day. And that should have... All right, artificial satellite is done. Scientific satellite, we're still waiting for the cosmic ray science to come through. Don't tell me I didn't put the right thing on this. I didn't put the right thing. I put on the mass spectrometer instead of the Geiger-Muller counter. Oh, well, screw me. All right. Well, we got to fly another one for first scientific satellite. That's fine. Can't believe I did that. Yeah, we'll just lob another one. Another one up into orbit. That's fine. But hey, it's May of 1957. We're 5 months early compared to Sputnik. So we're still in good shape for our program and for everything else that I care about. But yep, I put the wrong experiment on this thing. We can terminate that. You know what? I don't really have to. I'm used to terminating everything because I've been playing with Principia, and Principia slows down a lot the more stuff you have in orbit, but like... it's not really necessary, is it? Ooh, I can do first polar and first scientific at the same time, can't I? But only if I can get into a polar satellite with the first scientific payload. I don't know that that is true. We can certainly try it, though. We're gonna need to fly at least one more of these, probably two. The goal was always to fly two originally, but now we might have to fly a third one. Let's just hop right into the sim, and let's... oh, nope. Let's hop right out of the sim, and let's swap the experiments around so that we have the right experiments on this thing. Because that'll change the mass of our probe, and we care about that. And then we'll go back in the sim, and we'll see if we can lob the 1-ton satellite into a polar orbit. I don't think we're going to be able to. I think MacLeod is going to be sad. But we can try it. We want the TV camera on. We don't need the micrometeorite detector. We definitely don't need the mass spectrometer. That needs to be the radiation detector. Here we go. Cosmic ray science. That's the one. And then magnetometer we don't need either. Okay. So that's our science. Let's see if we can lob this into a polar orbit, if we have the delta V. And if we do, that's great. That means that we can probably complete first polar and first scientific in one go. If we don't have the delta V to put this into a polar orbit, then we'll have to fly one of these as first scientific, with its 1-ton mass, and then we can make a lighter version for polar. So let's open ascent guidance. Our inclination is 90 degrees. Gauge autopilot. All right, this thinks we have extra delta V, but obviously we're going to have some gravity and drag losses. So let's see what happens when MacLeod actually flies this thing. And again, if we can't hit a polar orbit with this payload, that's fine. It just means we need to make a smaller version of the payload for the polar orbit contract and fly 2 separate missions. And that was, of course, the original plan before I messed up and put the wrong experiment on and broke completing scientific at the same time that we did first. But we should be able to see in this sim that we can complete both of these contracts. That is the goal. And that is looking good. That looks like it's seeing 250 meters a second of extra delta V. So I think we're going to be able to hit it in a single launch. to finish up both contracts, which is great. That means that we're still going to finish the program as early as we wanted to finish it, and we'll be able to move on to other things very quickly. Yeah, 1597 by 249. That looks good for both of these contracts. And then this time, if we focus Earth and skip ahead 24 hours. Oh, I probably didn't actually enable the cosmic ray science, huh? It stopped. I'm an idiot. Alright, skip ahead another 24 hours. There it is. Cool. Perfect. First polar, first scientific, a bunch of stuff. Good. That is exactly what we want to see at this point. So let's go back to the VAB. Let's turn on the experiment so that it runs automatically, so I don't do that when I fly this for real. Reload the file. Let's see. Cosmic ray science running. The 24 dB is fine. All right. It looks like we do just need a couple thousand more monies before we can launch this. I probably just could have warped to the launch complex being done reconditioning, and that would have been a fine proxy for about when we're going to hit 12,000. But that's okay. Launched. Okay, so this one we just have to launch into a polar orbit, and we should be able to complete first scientific satellite. We have some science, but there's no point grabbing it because I fired all of my researchers. We will get research running again, and we're going to have to, but we'll, when we grab this contract, we will have to start hiring researchers again. We'll grab that contract, and we'll have to grab early lunar probes as well. Yeah. And I think the two of those, between them, will, well, this one, even without going to Breakneck, is already paying more per year than early satellites would be. And then we'll also have early Earth observation on top of that. So those will pay for us to finally rehire some researchers. Because we spent all of our money, we fired all the researchers and spent them all on engineers to build these beautiful, beautiful R7s. All right, let's make sure we have the contract, first polar orbit, and first scientific. Yes and yes. Launch. And MacLeod, scent guidance. 250 by 1600, 90 degrees inclination. We are ready to go. Scent guidance on, and ignition. All right, so this is exactly what we just did in the simulator. And this will push up our rep quite a bit, too. Whoa! I wasn't even paying attention. RD-107 failed with loss of thrust. Yeah. All right, well, guess what? We get to fly another one. Oh... That's too bad. Not that that's the part you really need to blow up for range safety. But that's all right. We're still doing fine. We have until early 58 to finish the program. So let's just get ourselves up to where we can fly another one. So yeah, of 3 of these flights so far, we have had 2 failures. The first flight, we had an early failure of the early cutoff of the RD-108 sustainer. Second flight was good. Third flight, we had a performance loss in one of the boosters, leading to loss of control of the vehicle. So the third attempt, let's see what we can do. Realistic fabrication quality simulation, yeah. I actually am not sure what the early R7 like reliability was IRL. Quite impressive, actually. Yeah, I believe it. I mean, I can sort of infer that from the engine reliability that I have here, right? Like, looking at these things. So, you know, ignition chance, MTBF of 52 minutes on a 2-minute burn means once every 26 flights should fail on a booster. So, like, I've been unlucky, is what I'm saying. Where's MacLeod? $250 by 1600, 90 degrees inclination. This is exactly the same thing we did last time, except this time the engines aren't going to fail. And this is such an overkill booster, right? Like, we're flying a 1-ton satellite right now, which is so much more than we actually would need, except for the fact that that's what the contract requirements are for flying satellites heavy. So we will be able to use this thing for a lot in the future, right? Which is great. Oh no! I was trying to get the avionics here. Oh, I had it briefly. Trying to do range safety. Doesn't matter. We'll let it crash. We don't have destructible, Oh, the engines fell off. That's funny. Oh! I take it back. We do have destructible. Oops. Well. Yep. Cool. It's a good thing I don't care about the launch, about the runway. But also, yikes. Let's queue up another one. So our failure rate is now 75%, which is bad. And we're also pushing up against the edge of this program, which is 18th of April, 58. All right, we should get one more chance, maybe, after this one. But after that, we are probably going to die. If we don't get this in the next 2 attempts, the program will probably die due to test flight. Killed by test flight. That can just go away. We're not hiring that many more engineers. Yeah, and you can see our subsidy keeps going down as well, which is not ideal. All right. This is our second to last attempt before this whole program is dead. Cool. Repair failures. This is... All right. What? Ah, MacLeod. I'm reverting this one. And I'm reverting it because that was MacLeod flip-flopping the throttle. And there's a setting for that, and I forgot about it. And I don't want to lose this campaign to screwing up MacLeod. So, I don't like to revert failures. MacLeod settings. Yeah, module disabling does not kill throttle is on. Okay. Yeah, I think that may have just been on me then for throttling up before engaging the autopilot. Because I don't know how to stop it from doing that. Throttle to 0 and then to max. Well, fortunately, we got the same error. Disengage autopilot, kill the throttle. Recover vessel, repair failures. Engage autopilot. Activate engine. Oh! MacLeod! We're gonna try this one more time. MacLeod launched before the engine was ignited, and it can only ignite on the ground. MacLeod! Can I add a countdown? Is that an option? I don't see it. Alright, well, this time apparently we're just going. I don't know. But I'm not losing this campaign to MacLeod shenanigans, so as much as I don't like reverting engine failures, and I normally would not, we sort of reverted around an engine failure because we were reverting MacLeod shenanigans. All right, I think we're looking good. Oops, this one. All right. Oh, and this is so much quieter without these RD-107s. All right, fairings deployed. Looking good. Engine is as happy as it can be. I do always feel bad reverting around an engine failure, but all right, we are in orbit. We can get rid of ascent guidance. Make sure cosmic ray science is running. Yes. Now we just have to run this until we get our contracts complete. There we go. Contract complete, first polar orbit. Contract complete, first scientific satellite. New leaders unlocked. And early satellites heavy program is completed in January of 58. That is not bad. I will take that. We've got these nice crisscrossing satellites that are going to keep doing video imaging for me for quite a while, actually. Yeah, like 3 months. So this should be able to run the full, basically all the video imaging should get done between these two satellites. Yeah, and we've already got like 40 science, which is great. So let's head back to the Space Center. We can turn in this program. There's not a huge amount of confidence or reputation or whatever, but at least it's there. So if we grab early Earth observation and early probes, we're very close to also being able to grab crude orbit. What does it take to upgrade this? A few months. 500 per day. What's my current budget? 800 per day? Yeah, okay. Let's do that. Now, we're going to start staffing up on researchers again. Let's auto-hire ourselves up to like 500 researchers. Reserving funds to be able to fly another thing. Oh, it says we'll be up to 500 researchers by July. Cool. So let's start grabbing the techs that we want. We need... Well, let's look at our contracts. What are our early things? So infrared radiometry and I think gravimetric are both rely on getting us up to this. Yeah, orbital perturbation and infrared radiometer are both early human spaceflight era, so we can't do that stuff just yet. We'll want to grab it, actually. I mean, let's start queuing things up. Oh, look, that's all of our science already, just those two nodes. All right, let's focus on... We want this, we want lunar range calms, and we want primitive solar. So we'll grab those. We want 58 orbital rocketry, we'll grab that. Alright, and that's all of our science right now. But that should hopefully get us what we need. Oh, we need this one for deep space avionics. Okay. Maybe we don't want solar panels then? And we grab this one. Okay. So that's the stuff that'll get us to the moon. which of course is going to be significantly easier than. All right, that needs lunar range comms to upgrade. Mission control, we can do the upgrade. But we'll do the admin building upgrade first. So yeah, let's get the admin building upgraded. I'm just warping to upgrades right now because we kind of just need to be doing that. All right, with the admin building upgraded, we can grab crewed orbit as well. All right. So this is a little bit of a gamble doing all of these simultaneously, but we have like 4 years for each of them. Well, 3 years for these two now. More importantly, we have heaps and heaps of money. Upgrade that. Engineers, auto hire up to 1082. 13,000 reserve. Oh, that replaces our researcher one. Never mind. Let's keep hiring researchers and then we'll fully staff up that launch complex. But we have heaps of money, which is good. We need to figure out what contracts we can kind of fly, like, right now. Cosmic Ray Beyond LEO might be the one. But I don't know if we have an upper stage to do this one. Lunar Flyby, Lunar Impactor. So maybe Orbital Speed and Return Safely needs to be the one that we do next. Which would be like a camera contract. And I think that will... Not suborbital research, sorry. Earth observation. Yeah, and that unlocks these dedicated Earth observation satellite contracts if we do them. So yeah, this thing needs to be the one that we do next. Okay, we're gonna grab that. And we just need to design a probe that we can strap to the top of this thing that can do... I mean, we may as well do... design our, like, film recovery probe and just use that for the first contract. So, reroute to this. Throw that away. Let's grab science. Basic film camera. Oh no. We can't do this yet. We don't have the orbital recovery queued up, do we? Entry, descent, and landing. There we go. Human-rated EDL is better because of the mercury heat shield. Otherwise, I think the initial ones are just heat sinks. Okay, we'll get that queued up. Kind of worried here. I mean, we can pull EDL up, right? We're going to want early avionics and probes to do satellites that return. We can pull entry, descent, and landing up. But also, like, if we're gonna try to do a return... I mean, yeah, there's some generic solids that we could get. But, like, the delta V from them is not a lot. So I might be forced to use a USA solid for our return capsule if I don't figure out a better way to do that. But yeah, this gets us a proper upper stage. Yeah, used for Luna. Although it only has one ignition. So if we want to get an impact, we basically have to be able to put the Luna stage into orbit and then burn from there. You know, we also do have... Okay, we've got, like, Gamma 2. We've got European engines as well that we could use. Viking. Yeah. Options exist. Alright, so the real question is, like, we have our first programs end when? Oh, I'm glad this display is totally messed up. Deadline, January 62, April of 62. So, we need to be able to, like, fly everything pretty quickly, I mean, early on in 62, which means we need to pull a lot of tech up very fast. So we're going back to auto-hiring researchers, for one thing. And then the question is, what do we do right now? And the answer is, I think, nothing. I think we need to pull EDL up, probably even to be our first thing. Entry, descent, and landing first. Which right now is like a year out, but like our researchers will get better. And then we'll have to do some kind of film return. And that'll at least let us start flying some missions. These guys need basic avionics? No, they need early human spaceflight era, so that's like 40 more science that I don't even have. And then this guy might be possible. But I think it also will require an upper stage. So that might be a 1958 orbital rocketry thing. Alright, let's... Yeah, alright. Mission control is upgraded. Our tech is pulling forward, which is good. The question is, what are our best options for getting research? And I do still think that's waiting for entry, descent, and landing. I don't see anything else that would make sense there. With 500 researchers, we've got all this stuff through the end of 59. When do we need all this stuff done? Is January of 62? And how much more points do we need? 20, 40, 55, 70, 80. So we need like 100 more points minimum to complete all of our programs. Oh, plus this, 120. So I think we do want to staff up researchers even more. Let's do like 600. All right, we do have the entry, descent, and landing tech now. I'm going to skip ahead to the researchers being hired. How much money are we making? We still have tons of money available, which is perfect. Engineers. Auto hire up to 1082. Keep the reserve funds. All right, let's try to get an early film camera return figured out then. Now that we have the heat shields, etc. All right, film camera on top. And then... Ugh. I guess we could use the ORM-65. You know what? Well, that's an interesting... What is going on with my rendering? Oh, alright, it figured itself out. Maybe. Yeah. The ORM-65 in there. And then we can grab... fuel tank. Heck, we can even make it a balloon tank if we want to. Oh no, there's no high HP balloon tanks. Never mind, not a balloon tank. And we're gonna want a... You know, I don't love doing this way. So we're not going to. Let's grab a... No, I do want to do it that way. Alright. Probe core on top. Come on. And then a heat shield. Which has to be a heat sink. And we can play around with the diameter of all this stuff. Let's reroute this to the top here. And then pull this all off. Okay. So this needs to go... This needs to be like a cone. The top of 900 and a bottom of like... something like that. What's the burn time on this thing? 80 seconds, but like it just needs to be enough for it to get out of orbit, right? Like, can be a really bare minimum sort of design. So, like, that can be the return capsule. That's fine. And this thing has to have power for, I don't know, however long it has to have power for. What does that give it? That's only 2 hours? Yeah, it probably needs no more than that. And then underneath this thing, we need to have another probe core. This one needs to be a near Earth. It needs to be able to control its mass, which is like 1 ton. That's only 30 minutes. So yeah, these are going to have bigger avionics because they're going to need to have more battery in them. And that's fine. The center of mass on this thing, by the way. Yeah, let's do center of mass Z offset. Nope, other direction. Oh, it's not Z. Is it Y? Y up and down? Yes. So yeah, that's what we would do. Something like that for the return pod. And then we'd have the film camera itself. We'd have the avionics for on orbit. And we would also want to have some kind of RCS on that. Probably doesn't have to be big. They don't even have to be quads, do they? Yeah, like that. That's enough for it to be able to orient itself retrograde. And I think all I have right now are nitrogen and helium. Oh no, I can do HTP or NOx. Do HTP because I know that I have a buff to HTP, I think, from one of my from one of my leaders, so all right. Or do we do this as one toroidal tank? Maybe we do it as one toroidal tank. Yeah, that does look better, doesn't it? Okay. Highly pressurized, fill for, there we go. All right, so that's our probe, other than it needing to have electricity for a much longer period of time. And if we switch to early avionics, Yeah, that gets us 45 minutes. I don't remember how long these actually need to be up there for.
You have to go up tomorrow.
And then we might want to make this bigger. How much does this probe weigh, by the way? Okay, yeah, half a ton. That's, I mean, that's fine. We were able to lob a 1-ton probe into a reasonable orbit. So, like, I think we're going to be fine with the requirements of this thing. And then that just goes right on top. Now we just got to get all of the, all right, that looks good. More or less. Give that a new name, because it's definitely not Sputnik 3 anymore. Let's check out the actual requirements for... I don't necessarily care about the first, like, return. Well, I sort of care about the first return. Whoa, okay. The rendering bugs have gotten worse. It's probably time for me to shut down the game. But let's check early Earth observation. Dedicated Earth imaging satellite. Needs to be up there for, is that 8 hours? Yeah, 8 hours. All right. So that's our target time on orbit is 8 hours. It needs to have a basic film camera, and we just need to get it into a low Earth orbit. Oop, did we crash? Not yet. So, we want 8 hours of power. We currently have 45 minutes of power. So we need about 5 times more, a little bit more. So we do like 3,000. I did my math wrong, obviously. There we go. 8 hours, 45 minutes. We might want to push that even a little more. It doesn't hurt to have extra. There we go. Yeah, 10 hours, 11 hours. That's fine. And then this guy has 2 hours just for itself, which is way more than it needs. We can actually pull that way down. Oh, but this thing is set up with the next gen of avionics, isn't it? Okay, let's go back to avionics prototypes. Yeah, okay, that's fine. We don't need the new avionics. Alright, and then this has, right now, 400 meters a second to get us out of orbit, but, like, we can absolutely mess with that. Yeah, this whole thing weighs half a ton, which is fine. We can get this into our target orbit no problem with this rocket. The R7 is more than capable of doing what we need to do in that regard. We're going to have a bunch that needs to be tooled here. Yeah, slightly bigger fairings, avionics for the probes and stuff. Yeah. Yep, that's all pretty much expected. Did I take the contract to... No. Doesn't matter. Let's close that. Let's sim this thing, and let's see if we get it into a, like, 175 by 175 orbit at whatever inclination it needs to be at. That doesn't matter so much. Can it deorbit safely and not blow itself up? That's the question. All right. Ooh, the nav ball's not rendering now. That's cool. Yeah, we're probably very close to crashing this game. I think there's an option to tell it to only use up to a certain stage, but we'll be fine. Alright, and we're gonna burn this down. This seems to think that it needs to burn this whole second stage, which seems ridiculous to me. What? MacLeod, why? What are you doing? Stop. Oh, guidance finished. Oh, but it didn't shut off the stage. MacLeod, why are you like this? Auto stage is on. Early shut off stage 2? Is that what I needed differently? Because, yeah, this definitely was able to push itself to where it needed to go. Oh, my staging's all messed up anyway. Cool. Oh, yep, my decouplers are backwards. That would do it. All right, well, I think I'm going to call it here. This is as good a spot as any to stop. So we'll, when we pick back up with this save, I think we're gonna be in a pretty good place to start trying to fly orbital return missions initially, and we'll as we research the tech we need, we'll start also pushing towards, you know, we're going to need 1958 orbital rocketry to go to the moon, and we need a lot more tech to be able to do capsules and all of our science missions. But I think we can get a lot of that from the moon. So I also was supposed to get applicants and I didn't, and I'm not sure why that is, and it makes me sad. But we probably will need to hire up to a bunch more researchers as well. You know, we might need to push that up to like 1,000 or something. But right now, that's not going to be super helpful. All right, but yeah, thanks very much, everyone, for tuning in. I really appreciate it. If you're watching this on YouTube and want to watch live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the doodly-doo. And yeah, next week should be normal schedule for KSP on Wednesday. So I'm looking forward to seeing everybody then.